Hey, hello. Welcome. Gonna be building a keyboard today. Thanks to everybody who is actually here. Anyways, let's get on with that. So I've already opened this. This is the NJ-80 keyboard. I've already gone through all the stuff inside to get it ready. Comes with a few things, mainly just like a knob and some tools, but that's not what we're here for. What we're here for is this. So I got some switch films, and then switch opener, Krytox G205, a brush, and my silvers. Living vicariously through me, huh? That's not a bad way to spend a Sunday. So how are all these Sundays going? How'd your Thanksgiving go? I'll tell you how mine went. Poorly. If you don't remember the Destiny stuff that was going on and all that pain, that I got rid of that whole thing because we got off stream, so it should be fine now. Starting to think I might like teal. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so let's get started. This is a switch opener. You push down. Let me see if I can get it in camera. Push down. Maybe this is not the right switch opener part. Hold on, let me use this one. No, that was the right one. Oh my god. It's being pretty awful. Hold on. There we go. Should be able to open it now. Why is what rose gold? Oh, the switch openers? They're actually pink, but the white balance on this camera is pretty bad, so. I hope I have better luck with the other switches, because this first switch is being a huge pain in the butt. Without the numpads, they're... Okay, so there's a few keyboards. This one is a 96%. This one here is a 70%. The ones without any of the insert home, page up, delete, and page down, those are like 69%. And then if there's no function keys, that's your 60%. Okay, I got one open. Let me check to make sure that this was just a fluke, that the rest of these still open okay. They do open okay. Just more of a pain than I was expecting. Yeah, 96% I think are pretty cool. You got your arrow keys and your full numpad. If you like using numpad, I have gotten used to using numpad, so I still like it. Hey Yui, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. So, I just bought these random films. There's no brand name really attached to them. But basically, so the reason why I'm taking these apart, the reason why I'm taking these switches apart is because they never have lubricant on the parts on the inside, which makes them a little bit rough when you press down on them. Alright, good. New episode of Mushoku Tensei came out today. Anybody watch that? Because I haven't watched it. But it's okay, I already got spoiled by the manga, so no worries. So I'm actually kind of a noob at this, so I actually just put lubricant on this brush by just brushing the tip of the thing. I really should lubricate the springs, but not gonna. They're not really big of a deal for me. Building keyboards is kind of fun sometimes. The most expensive part actually I feel are the switches. I feel like the switches shouldn't be that expensive, but they are, which is weird, right? You'd expect the switches to be a little bit on the inexpensive side comparatively, but nope. Switches are the most, I feel, the most expensive part until you get into the really like hyper expensive keyboards. I've never decided on a keyboard organizing tray, mainly because I don't know, I feel like I never need to use one. Come on. I haven't used these switch films before, so I don't know how easy or hard they were to work with until now. And they seem like they're a pain in the butt, but you know what? It's okay. If they work, they work. You know? There you go. Yeah, this is like the most labor-intensive part of building a keyboard, and that's doing your switches and your building. These switches are a pain in the butt to open up, as I've discovered just now. And the cases are actually pretty tight, so let me put it close to the microphone. I don't know if you can hear that. No, you can't hear it. It's not showing up on the screen. Anyways, so there's switch number 1. So the cool thing about this keyboard is that the LEDs are on the bottom. LEDs are on the bottom of the orientation of the switch socket. Let me pull this a little closer. So the LEDs are at the bottom, and that means that the switch goes in with the LED side facing down, right? And when you do that, it basically makes it so that the profile of the key switch does not interfere with the cherry profile keycaps. Oh yeah, switches are like awful. Yeah. So anyways, I actually have a set that I put together ahead of time. Of keycaps. So I've actually got a set of keycaps that I put together ahead of time with some O-rings as well. I haven't installed the O-rings on them, but this is a backspace for me. Just gonna try this out. These stabilizers are actually pre-lubed. I don't think I'm going to redo any of the lube on them. Yeah. I've done the Boba U4 switches on this keyboard, but for this keyboard I didn't really have the budget for Bobas, so I chose what I guess would be the next best thing. Oh, totally forgot I have these tweezers. These tweezers are really, really helpful and useful. Yeah, one thing that you figure out when you build a keyboard is that having a bunch of tools to work with helps enormously. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that keyboard feel. Yeah, so I think I actually have a a stem holder somewhere. I did not remember where I put it, so I'm holding on to these by hand. Just doing this the way any old person who's on a budget would do it. No switch lubing station, none of that. Just good old manual work, manual labor. It's almost like I'm in a sweatshop, like a foreign sweatshop where they make all this cheap stuff. Do I need to film these? Because I filmed this one, but I don't know if it's really all that necessary, you know? Because like these ones are actually really tight and they're hard to close up after you put a switch film on them. Oh well, I'll try the switch film anyways. Might be easier if I use tweezers to do it. Yeah, it's a little bit easier. So my fingers stop blocking my view. These switch housings are a little bit old feeling. They don't look the same or feel the same as the boba switch housings. I don't know if I like that or not. I feel like they're worse. Right, because so if you look at this, I've pushed it, I've closed it all the way, but the sides won't snap in. Right, I have to manually squeeze on the sides to snap them in. That's one. Yeah, always. Come on, there you go. There's one lubed in film switch, and it's a really tight casing now, but also at the same time, these might be a little bit too thick. Yeah. It happens. It happens. I'm just gonna pop this in here on the enter key. So here, okay, gotta vote. Should I do the films on all of the switches? Probably. Oh my god, it's gonna take forever. Let's go. I feel like I wonder if this should be, yeah, should be tight enough to do the, hold on. Maybe this needs a little bit of filing in order to get it to be sharp enough to properly open up the switch. I hope that did something. Nope. I'm gonna have to turn it around It does not. You know what? I guess I'm just gonna have to manually unshell these. I guess the switch opener is not gonna be very useful today. This would be so much easier if the switch opener worked, but it doesn't. Hooray. I wonder if I have another one that actually works. Probably not. Hopefully, get this to snap up tight. Okay, there you go. Number 3 is done. Let's put this in here. I guess I'll put it in the space bar space. I wonder if my other keycap opener is around here, or key switch opener. You'll hear a lot of rustling in the background. That's because my entire setup is actually a huge mess, and I cleaned it up especially for this occasion. If you guys haven't seen this, this is a Vams badge that I bought back when they were selling it. Got a bunch of Vams merch right before Monoe got canned, I guess. It's a little ID card thingy. Got a little springy. I feel like this is gonna be really hard to do. I wish I knew why this wasn't opening everything equally. But for some reason it's just like, nope, I'm not gonna open everything evenly. I have to turn it around and try again. Everything good. These key switches are more of a pain in the ass than I thought they would be. I'm at lazy time. Let's put some lubricant directly onto this switch and then spread it around. Yes, also hand reveal. I mean, I never said I wouldn't reveal my hands. Hands are just hands, come on. The only person that you gotta be careful around hands with is gonna be Q-Bear, because he seems to have a thing. He shows up right at the time when I'm talking about him and his thing for hands. Oops. You know, but luckily right now it seems like he's not here yet. I'm actually surprised that he hasn't popped in to like say something random about hands. These films are a huge pain in the butt. Such a pain in the butt. Why are they such a pain in the butt? Okay. Alright, there we go. So now I gotta hold them together and then squeeze on both sides. Yep, there we go. Kind of getting the hang of this. Throw this in the backslash switch. Oh wait, no, I have that upside down. Turn this around. There we go. I hope my cat doesn't decide to come up and jump onto the table. That would be pretty awful. Knock everything over. Sounds like something you'd do. Well, at least I know that these switch cases are very tight. They don't wobble very much. That's one thing that is a positive with difficult to work with key switches. Because when they're tight, they don't wobble, and then they feel nice when you press on them after they're reassembled. Really wish that these were easier to open up. You know what? It's okay. That's okay. I probably could just use different housings for these key switches and be totally okay. Then I've already gotten started on these, so it'd feel weird if I switched all the housings right now, right? Hey Billy Joe, the build has just started. It's going slowly. Because these switches are a pain to open. I use this key switch opener. Usually this opener opens any of the switches that I've had in the past, like just perfect. First try, you know? And then for these switches, for some reason it's just not cooperating. I'm gonna see if I can sharpen this a little bit and make it a little bit more likely to open the switch. How's your Sunday been? Come on. Yeah, these are really, really tight switch housings. Holy shit. There we go. At some point, I'm going to figure out how to do this quickly. I might have put too much lubricant on my brush on this one. Oh, you did? That's nice. What board you get? You get a GK68 or whatever? Okay, actually, question to everybody who's here. Numpads. How much do you feel like you need a numpad on a keyboard? At least they click in satisfyingly into the board. This thing is filled with, so actually before I continue, I filled this thing with some silicone, RQV silicone, so the top case is actually filled with silicone. The bottom of the case is also filled with silicone. So it's a little bit more heavy and less hollow. It's kind of like solid, almost like a brick of wood. Nice. You know, if you really, really wanted to, it's possible to convert a non-hot swappable keyboard into a swappable one. And then when you do that, you can use any switch you want. That's what I actually did with this one. So this keyboard that I'm using right now is a Cooler Master Master Keys M, which I bought after breaking one of the key switches on my Cooler Master Quickfire TKs. So I took the case off the TK, put it onto the Pro M, and this is what and then also redid the PCB, so I have hot swap and RGB. But the RGB is a little bit jank. It's not quite, integrated, because it wasn't meant to have RGB to begin with. So I had to to give you an idea, let me just pull out my RGB controller. Yeah, but I just like keeping it on blue. It's a little bit easier to deal with. I'm actually surprised that this switch cooperated with the switch opener. Before anybody takes that out of context, please don't. Yeah. So actually, let me see if I still have any of those parts lying around that you use for converting. No. Looks like I don't. But basically, they're these tiny little pins. That after you desolder all of the switches, you take the solder out and then you put the pin in, and then you solder the pin in place of it. And so it's like a socket that fits onto the pins of your switch. And so basically you can have a hot swap board after doing all the work to make it hot swap. I think I'm getting the hang of using the switch opener on these. These are real finicky, but do it just right, I can get them open without having to use a hobby knife. The mechanical keyboard community, there's a lot of people who will get a whole lot of desk mats, right? And then they'll like mute the reverberation of their keyboards hitting the ground. I'm not hitting the ground. Pressing the key switches when they're using it by having just tons and tons of mouse mats underneath it, desk mats underneath it. And it gets a little ridiculous, in my opinion. I prefer when my keyboard sounds good on a bare desk or just on a single mat. There we go. I gotta squeeze it here, and then I gotta squeeze the sides in. There we go. Yeah, that's a place to be I do a lot of modding just for fun, because not like moderating, because that's not the way that I understand the word modding. I understand the word modding in the context of modification. Ah. Okay, this one's not going to cooperate. So actually, this mouse is a Rocket Tyon, which I modded a while back. There's a lot of holes cut in the bottom, but they're not actually full holes. It's like holes, and then I covered it with the mouse feet, and you can actually see a little bit of glow through here because I actually thinned out the shell. By basically semi-hexagon pulling it. So it's almost honeycomb, but not actually honeycomb, because I don't like actual honeycomb mice. I'm not a big fan of just like expensive keycaps and whatever. I just like stuff that I like, and I don't really care if it's like the expensive stuff. I don't have any particular feelings about, oh, genuine GMK whatever versus, you know, imitations. So none of these are imitations. They're not the real ones. I don't know why people can spend like $100 on a single set. I'm just like, with a single set, I wouldn't even run the types that are available. None of them really look good to me. Like, none of them look good enough to me to command that price, you know? I think that's going to be the case with a lot of people who aren't like super duper into mechanical keyboards. And if they ever want the hobby to become a little bit bigger, they're going to have to settle for people, you know, wanting something at a lower price. Right, so every time I want katakana, I just get whatever I get at, you know, 30 bucks, 40 bucks at most. The set that I have for katakana keycaps is the Sumi, but it's not the genuine Sumi kit. It's the imitation. Ooh. You know, I honestly feel like maybe I would have been better off buying bobas, because I have a boba right here. And these feel pretty nice, and I have them in this one. I guess I just wanted to try something different, because I've had like 2 boards with bobas in them. One of them I ended up giving to Lorelei, who's currently in the middle of rebranding. So her new branded, her new VTuber persona is Yam Komori, has my old keyboard, which was a TKL Phantom 87 with bobas. Seeing as I wasn't going to use the keyboard, you know, I figured it might as well go to somebody who would appreciate it. She had just broken her her keyboard, I guess, so she needed a replacement. Yep, $30 or $40. You know, I wonder if I should have done the holy mod or whatever on the stabilizers. Probably. Maybe I'll go get some band-aids to do that. One in. Building a keyboard takes a long time, especially if you're doing lubing and filming and all that stuff. Also going to be difficult today. I wish these weren't so finicky, you know? So much easier if I didn't have finicky switch housings. But too bad. I decided to go with these cheapy silvers. Reap what I sow. So, if anybody says they'll lube your key switches for you or offer to do that as like a service, remember, it's probably going to take a long time, and if they're paying themselves minimum wage, it's still going to be a lot of money. So it's best you do it yourself. So that you understand the pain. Come on. Open. There we go. This one opened up nicely. Can't say the same about most of the other ones, but luckily this one cooperated. not sure if the switch films are worth it on this because of how tight the switch body is. You know what? It's okay. It'll be overkill. Some might think this is overkill. It is, as Ash would say. Oh, was the music too loud? Somebody should have said something. Told me the music was too loud. There you go. Actually, that one didn't sound nice. I'm gonna pull it back out and see. Okay, it was okay. I thought that I might have bent a pin. Oh my god, this one actually is like winning the lottery. You pull out a switch, you put it in the key switch puller, you press it down, and does it open? Does it open? Yeah. Much worse with a plastic keycap opener. Because I used to have a plastic keycap opener, and I mean key switch opener, and oh my god. That was a real gamble onto whether or not something would open. Oops. And get it settled down evenly. There you go. There you go. There we are. It is good feel. I also got myself some soda. Or, well, I didn't get myself some soda. Maya got me some soda. Oh, I needed that. So apparently there's a new Minecraft update today. I was not aware of that. And yeah, so maybe I should have played Minecraft instead. Save this for another day. Just kidding. What does Minecraft have that keyboard building doesn't? Excitement? Oh shit. Alright, almost there. So, I was not expecting Hololive to have a 6th generation so soon, but they did. That was a surprise to me over this past weekend. So far, just like, wow, that was really soon. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Their growth has been huge lately. At the same time, I don't know. Do they really need all those new voices and talents? Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I don't know. How many Yago once said that he wanted to make a virtual AKB48, right? Do they have 48 Hololive talents already? I feel like they might have more at this point, right? They've got to have more. We've got 6 generations with like 5 each in just Japan, and they have English and Indonesia, and they have Hollow Stars. Come on. There we go. I mean, look, a dream never dies. A dream just goes into hibernation. Okay, correction. The dream doesn't die until the people with that dream die. And it only dies if they die of old age or natural causes. So you can't destroy a dream by killing somebody. That's impossible. Hi there, Ita. I really wish I knew how to say that second part of your username. I do not know at all. Yeah, you can't kill an idea. That's the main point. You can't kill an idea because a dream is an idea. When I said I really like turquoise and aqua, I really meant it, you guys. At some point, I really need to get vinyl wrap and put this color all over like the car. Just wrap it in this turquoise blue green. Thank you. I typically, my nails typically get messed up because I'm always working on stuff. But I figured I'd make them not as messed up today. My nail polish is a little bit messed up though because it's not, it's got some like indentations in it that throw the light weirdly. It's kind of, yeah. Maybe not a wrapped interior, wrapped exterior, like one of those high-end performance straps or whatever. Actually, I am going to probably at least do the modification on the stabilizers. All right, come on out. I don't think it'll exit. Okay, never mind. I'm not doing the modification on the stabilizers because I've already screwed it together and it won't come out. All right, if you guys were to wrap your car, what color would you wrap it? If you had a car. Caveat, because I know not everybody has a car. Personally, I would probably go for like a chameleon, like color shift, iridescent white. That'd be a nice color. Maybe a black or something that's kind of like midnight purple. The Nissan color, midnight purple. Mainly because most people who use custom keyboards, they're not accountants or whatever, so or like office people, they don't tend to use the number pad, so they use really just the alphanumerics and then the function keys, because the numpad is not as commonly used for a lot of people. And so why use something that is, you know, why have something that's not particularly used that often or at all, depending on your person. And then when you do that, you also get more space for your mouse. So like first-person gamers, first-person shooter gamers, they'll use that to give a little bit more space for the mouse pad. Okay. Well, I mean, I like having a numpad. I mean, it's not necessarily that you're an accountant, it's more like you do number entry very often, or often enough, and are used to using the numpad for that. And yeah. For the longest time, I never got used to using a numpad. And for anybody who never got used to using a numpad really doesn't matter to them, right? How about Arizona iced tea, like the mint green from that, and then with the cherry blossom decal on the side? I think that would look pretty cool. Okay. Maybe Maya can figure out something. That'd be nice. Or a way to get you a good keyboard. Or maybe even one that I built. Never really been a big fan of the Bug Eye STI. They've been a bit too weird looking for me to get into. I kind of like blob eyes more. The bug eyes don't do it for me. The blob eyes are where I stand. Yeah, for me it's blob and hawk eyes for the WRXs that I like. I don't like the hatch ones. I don't like the new ones. I don't like the bug eye. I do like the 22B though. The 22B is pretty darn cool. Did I just break? I did. I broke a pin. I broke a pin. I hate these things. This, pin break, mind break. Basically the same, right? Guess I have a spare one that's broken. Oh yeah, the 400Z is really cool looking. What do you mean don't say mind break? What's wrong with that word? A bug eye is a Subaru WRX that has like the two round headlights instead of like squared off edges. It's just like kind of oval shaped. It's not that Toyota couldn't, it's that they wouldn't. There's a difference. I really do like the 400, the Nissan 400Z. Although it's not really called a 400Z, everybody calls it that, even though it's not officially that. This one's gonna go into the bin. Maybe. Actually, hold on. What happened to it? Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so it didn't break the pin. The pin just pushed itself up from the bottom. No wonder. Haha. Well, yeah. Then again, you can thank US regulations for, well, actually any country's import regulations for why you don't get the cool stuff. I don't have a broken switch. Awesome. Awesome. I was kind of disappointed for a bit, thinking that the switch was broken. But nope. It is fine. Hey there, Antoine. How you doing? I see you have popped in to say hello. And yes, I do have quite a bit of patience to do this. Oh yeah, the having a manual transmission is really good for like a sporty type of vehicle, a sports car sort of thing. Without a manual transmission, it just kind of loses some of that how do you say, feel? That kind of sporty feel to it. I hope that it didn't push the pin back up. Hold on. Let me take a look real quick. Oh no, I dropped it again. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Found it. Okay, great. The pin is still there. Gonna pull up on the pins a little bit just to make sure they're seated before I return it to its resting spot. Just here to offer support. Thank you. I needed this emotional support because my key switch opener doesn't work on these switches. It's kind of frustrating. Oops. I'm not the most graceful of switch openers. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Because like most people, when you drive a car, you don't have the space or the legality to actually go fast. You just want it to feel fast, right? You want it to be fun. So it doesn't actually matter how fast you're going, as long as you're having fun. Although I do prefer going for the more speed type of fun than the I'm gonna crawl over some rocks type of fun. It's more my thing. Oh yeah. Genesis G70, is that what you're saying? Yeah. The Genesis G70 is a cool car. It's cool, practical-ish sports sedan. I wouldn't call it entirely practical because, I mean, nothing that's luxury is practical, but, you know. Oh, no. People who have hiragana on their keyboard don't do it because they are from Japan. It's because they're weebs. There's a huge overlap. Like, here's a Venn diagram, right? Here's the people who like custom mechanical keyboards, and here's the people who like anime. And there's like this much overlap, almost a full circle. Oh, 3.3 turbo. That's like what? 330 horsepower? $370 horsepower? No. I don't remember the horsepower numbers on the 3.3 turbo. Yes. Yes. Who could have thought? I've been found. Yeah. I mean, there's like very prominent like keyboard review makers who like just have anime themed everything. Like their videos have like HoloLive references and everything. I'm just like, yep, that's a mechanical keyboard enthusiast. The channel I'm referencing right now is Shoobs. I don't know if anybody has watched Shoobs before. Their content is okay, I guess. I wouldn't say I'm personally big on watching their content. Kind of prefer Hipyo. But they all have like some sort of like cartoony persona, except for Switch and Click. Switch and Click's kind of weird. They're just exaggerated people. Exaggerated real life people. And it feels a little funny because it's like acting, but not really. Don't know how to describe it. $365? Yeah, small car that feels sporty would either be a Miata, MR2 first generation or third generation, not second. Second one's kind of a bit of a porky one. Let me see. Any front wheel drive sport compact that's the manual, like a Celica GTS, RSX, Civic Si from 2009. I'm a big proponent of Hyundai Tiburons and Hyundai Elantras and other Hyundai cars. not a big fan of Ford cars to start with, but yeah, the Focus is pretty good. I personally probably wouldn't get one because I'm just not a Ford fan. Doesn't stop it from being a good car though. Except for maybe there might be some reliability issues, but I don't know exactly what those issues are. Somebody who owns one will probably be able to tell you way more. Oh yeah, the K5 is looking pretty good. K5 GT, lots of power. Only problem, the highest horsepower trim does not have all-wheel drive, and that is a huge shortcoming. It needs that all-wheel drive. Because like the K5 without all-wheel drive just cannot get traction. It just cannot put down the power. It just spins its wheels. I mean, I suppose that's exciting in its own way, but I would prefer not to have so much wasted energy. Yes, I am a car otaku. I'm an otaku of many things, if you couldn't already tell. V8 all-wheel drive charger? Yeah, I imagine that they do that so that police have an advantage, and but I think that's kind of, yeah, a bit of an oversight, because one, police don't need that advantage. They already have the law on their side, or they should be on the side of the law, not they should have the law on their side. There's a distinction. There's a difference there. Police should be on the side of the law, not the law being on the side of the police. If you get my feel. If you get what I'm throwing here. Yeah. I mean, the police can go ahead and, you know, have some government funding and all that sort of stuff, and but they really, when it comes down to it, the law should take precedence over the police. The law should be above the police, not the police above the law. Hence the story of Need for Speed Heat. Where the police are impounding cars for suspicion, seizure, right? Suspicion of illegal activity. They can't arrest you, so they arrest your car. And then they sell it to the highest bidder. In that game. Can't run from American cops at all. They shoot you. Just how it'd be. I mean, there's not really that much of a story in Need for Speed Heat. It's just that there's like, the story is that there's corrupt cops. They're arresting street racers and impounding cars and seizing the cars and using the ability to seize and take something for profit, basically, after seizing it, to sell those cars that they seized. Those quote-unquote guilty items, not even if the person's not guilty, right? and then sell it. Get a bunch of money. I don't really want a police vehicle, ever. They just kind of seem like externally boring. They don't seem exciting to me. I know they might be exciting for some people, but not really to me. You know, honestly, it'd be hilarious if Need for Speed Heat was based on a true story, but they just didn't put that fact into like the heading when they started, you know, of the game. That would be hilarious. Because, like, when I look at Need for Speed Heat, it's surprisingly, like, progressive in a way that I like. I mean, there's definitely some parts that are kind of eh. But you know what? There's one really unrealistic thing about Need for Speed Heat. And that unrealistic thing is that the police chief gets ousted and replaced by a non-corrupted police officer. Because that doesn't happen in real life. It does not happen at all. I got Pontiac Fiero. Yeah, Pontiac Fiero is... I don't know if you've ever seen the Finger Workshop or something. The guy was doing a Pontiac Fiero restoration. It was really cool to watch. Because he went from like basically a barn find Fiero to like fully working, you know, basically fully working Fiero. And it was pretty cool. Yeah, well, I think the reason why is everybody is so nostalgic for pop-up headlights. That they've just kind of let the NB Mazda Miata just sit in obscurity, you know? Oh, they kept the Iron Duke as a restoration to like try to bring it back to its from factory kind of condition. They're literally, look, NVs are literally the same car as the NA, just without pop-ups. Okay, not literally, but like, they're really not that different. They're the same platform, a lot of stuff is shared. It's more of a facelift than anything. I think there are people remaking the DeLorean. Not like DeLorean themselves, but they're like making like licensed, you know, modern DeLoreans with modern stuff in them. It's pretty cool. Yeah, but the guy restored a non-GT. Although a GT would be cool. I would like a GT Fiero. If I had to get a Fiero. But I don't want a Fiero. Well then in that case, then the opinion is shared among all of the NA and NB Miatas. How about the NC Miata? It doesn't get a lot of love, but I think it's actually a pretty decent car. Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. They're not very interesting looking cars. They're just kind of like round and bubbly. That's it. That's their whole shtick. So yeah, about DeLoreans, new DeLoreans, I'm pretty sure that they have them. Also, interesting thing about DeLoreans is that their speedometer only goes up to, I think, like 85 or something because of US law, not because they couldn't go above that speed. It was a funny time in history. So around that time, the US wanted to reduce speed-induced traffic accidents and injuries. So they mandated that any car sold in the US had to be sold with a speedometer that only went up to 85 miles an hour. And well, you kind of get how that goes. The speedometers went up to 85. Cars went faster. Or it was 90, I don't remember exactly how much, but it was like below an amount and you couldn't go above that. And it was kind of funny. Mazda Speed 6s? They're pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of the hood bulges on them. And the overall shape of the car is not that appealing to me. But yeah, they're pretty cool. They have like all-wheel drive, right? Yeah. If anything, if I were to want to get a Mazda, it would have to be a rotary. There's nothing else that I would care for. If it didn't have a rotary in it. If it was like a Mazda. Because that's what I know Mazda for. Needs to have 1, rotary, and 2, a sporty body style. So if they made a hybrid that had like a rotary in it, I would also be okay with that. Yeah, the hood bulge doesn't do it for me. The same reason why like a lot of the like Firebirds and stuff don't do it for me. It's that hood bulge feels kind of awful to look over, you know? You have to peer over the top of it in order to see the road, and it's kind of like, I don't want it. I like cats. because I can annoy them very easily. You know, so the thing about hybrid rotary is it makes so much sense, right? Because an electric motor has like immediate torque, right? And a rotary engine has like no torque until it's at high RPM. Put the two together, you make up for the low end torque with the electric motor. And then with the rotary, you make up for the high end torque and high end power that the electric loses out on. Yeah, from a performance standpoint, it's perfect. It's like a perfect combo, in my opinion. So if ever I figure out how to make a hybrid car from in a garage, you know, just do it yourself kind of style, I'm gonna do it with the RX-8 or something. Give it the low down torque so it doesn't have to bear all that grunt low end. And then let the rotary engine take over at high RPM. It's a little bit dusty out here in California. Everybody has allergies or something out here. Kind of weird. It's just like there's nobody, almost nobody at all who has like zero respiratory ailments in California. Okay, so here's a question. How are you going to cool that motor? Motors produce heat. Flywheels in contact with clutches produce heat. So what are you going to do? Are you going to use the motor as like a generator when the car is idling? Yeah, polluted air does not help. I'm pretty sure that's like the reason why there's so many respiratory issues in California, like metropolitan areas, because the pollution is just so bad. But I mean, that's a city thing. Any city will have it. I've been to a few places, a few other cities before, and they're just as bad, if not worse. Shenzhen, I went to once. Oh, it was awful, let me tell you. I literally could not see the sky. It was just gray. The entire week I was there, it was just unending gray, you know? It was like, it was so bad that when I came back to California, which is also a really polluted place. I was just like, I felt like I was breathing the cleanest air possible when I came to California. Even though I know for a fact that California has pretty bad air. It's kind of funny. Yeah. California is also kind of in a valley, so pollution is a little bit denser than the atmosphere, the generic atmosphere gas. So it kind of settles in the valley area, right? Of like the bay and all this stuff. So it'll settle, right, into the bay. And basically everywhere just gets covered with smog. It's particularly bad in LA, so yeah. Just everywhere in California where there's a big city is also in a valley, surrounded by mountains that keep the pollution from spreading out away from the place. So everything gets concentrated here. Interesting question. Probably none of them, because I don't think it matters. They're all cities are just cities, you know, like the air pollution. I mean, if we were going for like which one has the biggest environmental impact, probably one of the industrial cities in China, because the pollution is awful here. But I still wouldn't want to live there, because I don't like having somebody breathing down my neck saying, if you don't approve of the government, we're gonna, you know, like secretly disappear you, and then nobody will hear from you, your family won't hear from you, your family will be told that you are like a traitor to the country or whatever, and then they have to, you know, say they agree with it. Nobody wants to live in that sort of environment. It's just some people don't have a choice in the matter. Here is that piece that dropped on the floor. I dropped another, I think I dropped another. Oh no. That's great. That's amazing. Leave it up to me to lose my shit all the time. All right, I'm gonna keep searching for it for a bit. That's not it. I know it's gotta be around here somewhere. I found it. they're not really a mystery, the disappearances. Yeah, you're right. They're really not a mystery. Yeah, there's no way to win that fight, I feel. I feel like the only way to end up winning the fight is to let them go all the way. Get their entire nation to hate them. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, I'm aware of that. Yeah. But the US is really, it doesn't really give a shit. Yeah. The US certainly isn't the entire world. Also, neither is Hong Kong and China. Then again, we're on YouTube. If YouTube is a place you can't talk about how China is not that great, when Google has already decided that they're not gonna go into China, then I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. Anybody who comes to YouTube from China by bypassing their big internet filter, I mean, you're kind of like, if you're disappointed that the entire world doesn't like China, then well, too bad. If you want the entire world to quote unquote like China so bad, why don't you just ask China to try to take over the world? See how that goes. Like, we understand that there's some dependence on economic stuff in China, but it's not going to be forever. Yeah, we're just hanging out. It's basically a just chatting stream, but with a background of keyboard building. There really isn't a subject. Yeah, I know. All live moments is awful. Yeah. if people decide only to buy like from Hong Kong again, like, and decide not to buy from mainland, that's a different story. I would refrain from the hottest takes, but mildly spicy takes are probably okay. I mean, China already has a hatred of Hololive. Let me tell you about that. Yeah, no, if we just buy, like, if we buy anything from China, we only buy it from Hong Kong. Turn it into their cash cow again. Yeah, I know, right? It's such a boring stream. I don't get how anybody could watch this ever. It's so boring. Yeah. I mean, it's probably a little bit more exciting than me suffering, grinding for a gambler's palm for like 5 hours. You know, cumulatively. I finally got it off stream, but it was pain and a half. It was pain and a half. Yeah. Well, let me tell you what I'm doing. Here's a key switch. I'm using my knife to slip under this little bit here and popping it up so that there's a gap here, and I turn it around to the other clip on the other side. Get it in, twist a little bit, and then the switch comes apart. And then to make the switch smoother, I have this lubricant. This non-conductive lubricant. And I put it on the parts of the slider that slide. And it makes it smooth. I also like standing up for the rights of people because, you know, people have rights. That's just how it be. When it comes to a government being implemented, people should have rights that the government should not be able to remove. Now, which rights those are, a lot of people fight over that. Which is why there was an American Civil War about whether or not there was a right to own other people, which I think universally we understand that there is no right for people to own other people. you're considered a person under the purview of law. Demons are considered people under the purview of law. I'll get your egoist stuff out of here. We don't need your egoist. Every single right is just a spook talk. Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm sure you know that, right? It doesn't mean a person is an individual, and demon is an individual, right? An individual with their own free will, and therefore is an individual person. The law doesn't need to mention what individuals, just that they are individuals. It's background music that Maya made. The music in the background. It's pretty groovy. It's pretty chill. It's actually the kind of music I would build a keyboard to. They don't give police rights. They give individual humans rights, but not police, because police is not a human. Police is not an individual. A person is like the name, right, of the person. Let's say Joe Schmo was a policeman. His identity as a policeman doesn't have rights. Only Joe Schmo has rights. This is a... Hi, Jaden. Welcome. This is a tray-mounted keyboard. I put some silicone inside and also put some like deadening between the PCB and the actual tray to try to approximate the feel of a gasket mount, although it's not a gasket at all. Not even the slightest. Just to try to get it a little bit closer. It's a matter of will. The law is very into giving policemen rights, and, well, the law is sometimes really dumb. This whole thing about copyright law as well, it's really outdated. Why should anybody have the right to create one thing that does super well and then live off of the royalties of that for the rest of their life without making any more, you know, any more productive anything, whether music or creative or whatever, their entire lives afterwards? Right? Like, why? And then, okay, so maybe that one person in their life deserves that. For 1800 boards, pre-built for your cousin, she's on a tight budget. Do you have any recommendations for 1800 boards? 1800 boards that I recommend are gonna be the EPO Maker 96, a 96 key, something like this. Pre-builts that don't have hot swap, you can do Master Keys M, but I don't think they make them anymore. You'll have to find one used, probably. What other keyboards are there? There's an Akko 96. Basically, if it's a 96 keyboard, it should be okay. There's also the Keychron K4, I think it was. That's also a decent 1800. There's the GK96 as well, but that one's not a pre-built. Keychron K4 is probably the one that most people will recommend. Because it's a really common brand, and it's a known quantity. It's not like you gotta build anything yourself. They're a little bit pricey, maybe about 200 bucks for full pre-built. Yeah, because Disney, well, see, the thing is, Disney is awful, right? The patent law is kind of awful. Yeah, well, I mean, if they're not going to be hot swappable and they're all north facing, like, you either take the compromise that they're north facing, or you go for one that you have to build and it's not a pre-built, because there's basically very few, if any, pre-builts that have south facing. Yeah, that's pretty awful, Minty. Oh my god, Disney and their copyright stuff. It's like, look, this one person who made this idea, sure, fine. They can live their entire life on one major creation that made a lot of money or whatever. Okay, but their children still have to prove themselves. It's not like you are the kid of a really successful author or whatever, and so you get 70 years of royalties after your dad died or your mom died. It's not okay. And to prevent people from hiring hitmen to kill people, to cut the copyright protection short, just make it a 70 years. Sorry, my brain went into copyright law and was really angry for a second. Let's see. TKC art. Oh. Yeah, there's not that many RGB options. If you build a keyboard, if you build one for your sister, that probably would be able to be a south-facing LED keyboard. Like if you get one that's got hot swap, then you can probably build it pretty easily. That'd be a good gift, I would say. But the budget's still pretty big. Sorry, I have fixation issues. That's a thing that I have. I get started on something and I can't get away from it. Start talking about it and then I come back to it and then somebody pulls me away. I come back to it. I'm just a little rubber band. I mean, if you wanted to be like super super extra with your RGB-ness, you could take a non-RGB keyboard. You can take an RGB keyboard, a non-RGB keyboard like this one here. This one's the Cooler Master Keys M, non-RGB version. But if you see, yeah, I got plenty of RGB on this one after doing a whole lot of work. It was a pain in the ass. You know what? It's possible I have ADHD. I've just never been diagnosed with anything. I've never like gone to get a diagnosis of any sort. So I probably have a bunch of different things that I just don't know about. And I don't know what they're called because there's no official diagnosis. I can't just say that I have something because I don't know if it's true. But yeah, good luck on the diagnosis. Hopefully having that helps in getting something to help you out for that, if it's something that you're looking for. I know that some diagnoses make life a little bit harder because people treat you differently, or the government treats you differently because you have a diagnosis. It's kind of weird. Like, I feel like it shouldn't do that, but it does, you know? What are my opinions on space? Space is the final frontier, the frontier on which humanity will build its legacy, and hopefully will leave behind that which may be discovered by future generations of sentient beings, which may not be humanoid. Okay. If you're Canadian, I kind of envy your healthcare system, because the US healthcare system is absolutely awful. I remember a couple years back, I got sick, and I had to get escorted out of an airliner. Actually, I was about to start. You know, I boarded a plane. They were about to take off, but they got me off of it because I was sick, and they ambulanced me, and it costed $3,000. Yeah, I'm using a rate. Hi, Candrin, how are you doing? You ever get that resistor fixed? Yeah, that's just a style thing that she does. Yeah, but at the same time, Canada is not that much better. Like, there's some things that are better, and there's some things that are basically the same. And it's kind of like a side grade. Not really an upgrade, just a side grade. It's not a downgrade for sure. All right. Yes, Canada. Well, I mean, if you want to know how much I do soldering, here's my soldering iron. Got solder wick, solder, tip tinner, whole bunch of other tools. One of my favorites is this. There's a screwdriver handle. It has a magnetic thing for bits. And it's like black and gold with silver. You know, I like the look. You had World of Warcraft guildmates? I've never played World of Warcraft. Is it worth getting into? So you're considering a YouTube debut, Kendrin? That'll be cool to have another nakama, so to speak. I'm gonna say it in a really, really bad accent because it's funnier that way. Oh man. It's like those Raid Shadow Legends commercials and ads and whatever, sponsorships. I was watching, what was it, B is for Build? And it's just like, B is for Build is like a car, you know, project channel, and it's just like, oh yeah, we build cool cars and stuff. And then suddenly, Raid Shadow Legends sponsor. Why? This is a car building channel. Why? I mean, that's up to you. Yeah, Twitch has quite a few DMCA like copyright issues. So basically, the reason for me to stick with YouTube is that because YouTube has their content ID whatever system, it means that if I have an upload of something that has copyrighted material by accident or on purpose, they will just run ads on it and pay out the ad money or ad revenue to the copyright holder, right? Instead of just deleting your channel or like banning you like Twitch does. Or deleting the VOD so that you can't have it. It's a whole deal. Yeah, I'm not much of a... I never really used Twitch. I understand how to set it up, but like I've never really used it, so I've kind of felt like, it's all right. Not really my thing. Yeah. And Jaden, yes, I also only lube the stems because whatever lube I put on the stems gets rubbed off onto the housing as it rubs on the housing, so it basically accomplishes the same thing. How many times have you gotten banned, Kijo? Sound like you're speaking from experience there. View bots. Ew. I like my viewers homegrown organic. I don't like this GMO viewer counts. Though, on the subject of GMO and non-GMO stuff, organic, you know what it is? You know what organic is to me? It's a ploy to basically get people to say, ooh, this is a luxury good, let's pay more money for it because it's better. It's not better. The food isn't better. It doesn't taste better. It's not like more efficient. It's just the same, but higher priced. Like, sure, they use maybe a more sustainable method, but also the yield is lower, so it just makes it more expensive. And there is ways of GMOing something to become more sustainable than the organic version. What I do have a problem though with GMO is when you make something, when they make a GMO plant, right? And then they make it so that the plant, whenever it makes seeds, it yields seeds, does not yield the same thing that it was to start with. Like it yields the regular plant or some like lesser plant after, you know, the seeds are harvested. And you can't replant using reused seeds. And that is awful. Right, exactly. Technology is something that we need. The corporations who make it awful are the problem. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, everybody likes to play video games instead of watching somebody tediously unshell and lube a bunch of switches. Science good, corporation, yes. Science good, corporation bad. Problem though is you kind of have to have corporations to have enough resources to develop the science. So you need to somehow turn the corporations into something that's not that bad in order for the science to be able to continue progressing at the rate it does. Otherwise we have slow science, and then it's like, oh, are we gonna, you know, develop the things that we need soon enough? Or are we going to get overtaken by the pace of the world? I'm really also on board with climate change stuff. So if anybody doesn't think climate change is real, get out. Because you're probably not going to listen. What do you mean if I'm okay? I'm always thinking about how climate change is awful. And all these other things are awful, you know? Climate change is about average temperatures. If the average temperatures are trending upwards, then we got an issue. Because just because it's cold in one place means it's much hotter somewhere else. Oh, cool. Oh, sure, I'll play Apex. If I finish this. I need to try it out, you know? I need to break it in. Yep. Basically, everywhere that gets hit by hurricanes often, say goodbye. Yeah, the weekend... I really wish the weekend would last a little bit longer so that I could, like, put in my new SFI rated racing harnesses into my car. And then sew up my shoulder harness pads, because I got a sewing machine. I have some suede fuchsia leather, and it's a pink and black themed car. So how many pirates is too many? I don't know. I've never considered the question. Yeah, leave hurricane land. Go somewhere where there's not hurricanes. Maybe right next to Yosemite supervolcano, so that when it goes, you can skip the entire, like, you know, suffering and starvation that comes afterwards for the entire world when it explodes and coats the entire earth in ash, and causes world temperatures to drop to another ice age. And nothing can grow. Mass extinction event, you know? Get over with. I mean, obviously I'll be fine. I mean, I just gotta catch myself on fire eventually. I'm a very flammable thing, you know? Feathers and all that. Actually, I have an idea for the volcano. You know space elevators, right? What if you made a huge chimney on top of the volcano, right? Really wide, several miles wide, right? And so when the volcano goes, it spews, right, the volcanic material into the atmosphere. But since there's a chimney that goes up into the stratosphere, right, way higher, it just spews all that, like, into space. And then we get another moon, 1. We get rings, 2. And we get made an abyss. Because then there's going to be a huge empty hole where the lava used to be. I mean, do you want to try to put a lid that directs it outwards instead of upwards? If you get it to go out far enough, then maybe, I don't know. Or maybe you'll just form an even taller mountain as it cools down. Nah, it wouldn't. Okay, maybe it would, but I'm not an astrophysicist. Just a random bird at our desk. That is true. That is true. You couldn't have a chimney like that. What if, instead of waiting for it to erupt, you managed to cause micro eruptions in different places to release all that pressure, but slowly? Keydo, why? There isn't enough piss and vinegar to cool down that volcano. I hope you understand how big the Yosemite supervolcano is. It's as big as several US states. It's not like contained within one state, it's like an entire state and a half. Stop taking the piss, mate. I don't think humans have seen, like, worse. The ancestors to humans, yeah, but humans themselves, no. We're gonna be knocked right back to, what was it? Early Copper Age, Bronze Age? I don't know. Maybe even Stone Age. It'll take a while to get back to our current levels. I mean, even if we have the knowledge and we try to like fast track our way to it, it'll still take quite a while. I don't have that much faith in humanity. Humans are a lot like roaches, except for they don't have the ability to survive certain things, certain environments that are like literally fatal, like radioactive environments and all that other stuff. I mean, we're really persistent, but we're not roach levels of survivability. Which reminds me, anybody ever play StarCraft? StarCraft 2. I used to play StarCraft 2 as a Zerg player. It's my favorite faction to play as, because I like making swarms. Cyber roaches. There we go. Fixed it. We're cyber roaches. Unfortunately, because Activision has decided that it must show your real name and all this other information, you basically can't stream it as a VTuber unless you specifically don't care about your real name and all that stuff being displayed. I play Zerg. Has anybody watched like the music videos that people have made in the community? I mean, Mars is not a great place to go. The only thing I could think of is basically make a technological repository, like a backup of Earth's technology, of human technology in space. So you take all that stuff, all that technology, send it into orbit, put it in orbit, give it like a bunch of protection. So you have an orbiting, basically, constellation of emergency restore humanity, reboot humanity in orbit, right? And then when technology gets wiped out on the surface, you have them land all this reboot humanity technology from space that was put there just in case, in order to reseed technology. Kind of like the seed vault that's frozen up in, I think it was Norway? I forget where it is. I don't know how to improve ASCII art. I've never done ASCII art, so sorry. I mean, I imagine it'll be another few hundred years, and in a few hundred years, if we get space putting stuff in orbit to be cheap enough, we might be able to put like all this technology as a backup into space. Including like basically the components in order to create a factory and instructions on how to reconstruct the factory, right? Like instructions on how to rebuild all of humanity's technology backed up in space. So that a surface disaster that wipes most of it out can be overcome. Actually, yeah, that's true. A moon repository with like a deflector sort of thing. Actually, no. That's a little bit too far away. The moon is actually really far away from Earth. You don't want to have to travel all the way to the moon. I think the orbital idea is a little bit closer. Right. We'll have the context of what the consequences are, but now we can do the Industrial Revolution in a better way. I mean, if you put it underground, if like an earthquake happens that wipes out like land masses, well, good luck finding that stuff that you buried again. You know what I mean? It's safer than something in orbit, obviously. But the moon has no atmosphere, right? The techno repository would use ion engines powered by solar panels to keep itself in the correct orbit. And while being in that correct orbit, it just, you know, stays there. I mean, that's it. I actually don't know what SCP-2000 is. I might have to read some of the SCP stuff later. Yeah, Ida is correct in that the moon is often bombarded with comets, meteors, you know, little debris and all this other stuff. and it keeps getting hit. The moon is a little bit too far for it to be that useful. Even now, like even with our current technology, the moon is not that useful. As far as utilizing it for technology. You can shield for solar wind, but you can't shield for small meteors and comets. If you're going to try to do that, you're going to have to bury something under the surface of the moon. And so here's the thing about moon dust. It's not like fluffy dust like it is on Earth. Fluffy dust on Earth is because most of the dust on Earth is from organic matter. And so when organic matter, like dead skin cells, come off of animals, it like, the dust is rounded. You know, it's soft. It doesn't have sharp edges. Moon dust, on the other hand, is very sharp. It's basically glass dust. And that dust gets everywhere. It sticks to everything, scratches any sort of like optical shielding, you know, any sort of like solar shielding. It scratches up everything, sticks to everything, has an electrostatic charge that causes interference with instruments and other electronics. It's a bit of a nightmare to deal with. I think several orbiting repositories of human technology, including some of the actual components that are hard to produce, would be probably what I would go for. Look at this. It's getting close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 28 more switches! Yeah, like Destiny's Rasputin. Instead of war sats, they're called tech sats or something. Or like reset sats. Yeah, just make Rasputin. Rasputin, Russian queen. I wonder if I'm gonna get DMCA'd for just singing that little bit. Probably not. Let's see. Keep dropping my stuff. Yeah, in the strike where you shoot the little thing and Rasputin's like says something in Russian and then the ghost says, yes, I think he just threatened us with orbital death from above. Yeah. That strike? So yeah, I really hope that we make some orbital backups of humanity, I guess. Or at least necessary backups to restore humanity's civilization after a, I don't know, nuclear war wipes everything off the planet. And maybe instead of like low Earth orbit, you make it like high, like really far away Earth orbit, so that people aren't inclined to shoot freaking missiles at it. Yes, I'm building a keyboard. What about it? I don't have to keep talking about everything I'm doing with the keyboard. What are you on about? What are my opinions on bugs? Some bugs are cool, some bugs are not. Some bugs rule, others I want to kill. Although, one thing that's pretty cool is any animal, any bug that has the color blue, like butterflies, because the blue is not a pigment. Even though we know how to make blue pigment, there's like no like actual blue pigment in animals except for just a few of them. So like, the reason why they appear blue is because it bends light a certain way when the light reflects off of it. These tiny little microstructures. So blue feathers, yep, uses structural blue, not pigment blue. It's a blue that never fades. We don't need it to like drop it. It just needs to be able to detect when it loses signal to humanity's whatever it is, like a little signal that humanity sends out to prevent it from sending its restore satellites. And then if it hasn't seen a signal for about a year, it'll send down a restore satellite to basically every single region in the entire world, every continent. That's fine, because it needs to lose the signal for an entire year. Continuously, 1 year. If it regains the signal anytime during that year, the counter resets. So if you just have the signal going all the time, and then maybe sometimes it glitches out, and then you have to fix it, it takes like a couple months, but it's still fine because it takes the whole year. It won't be an immediate restoration, but, you know, it'll be less likely to drop a sudden nuclear level threat onto something, just kinetic kill vehicle something. some days I feel like maybe I should try to write some sci-fi, and then I realize that I'm really bad at story writing. And I should never do it. My hands are gonna be so raw by the time I'm done. Oh my god. They're already starting to feel a little bit of pain in the tips of my fingertip pads. Oof. All because my key switch opener doesn't work. There we go. Just one more. Let's clip it in. Seems like Maya is having issues with something in the kitchen. I hear a lot of cups and stuff dropping on the floor. Oh my god. Come on. There you go. That's one more. Almost done with all the alphanumerics. That's a good sign. I wish I could magic these into being complete. It'd be so much easier. I also kind of wish that my fingers were a little bit less prone to pain. It seems like these sharp corners are taking their toll. It's kind of irritating my fingers quite a bit. All right, have a good night. You know, so this would be so much easier if my key switch opener worked on these key switches, but it doesn't. Such a pain. In a literal sense, my hands hurt, but I like keyboards, so I keep going. So did you ever figure out your what was that, your oil issue, Minty? Or is that still doing its leaky thing? Okay, I'm gonna guess that it's still leaking. Actually, I wonder if I accidentally bent a pin. It feels like I might have. Gosh, ow, ow. Nope, I didn't bend a pin. Awesome. Ow, that kind of hurt. Yeah, it might be the... Where is it coming from? Do you have any idea? So loud out there. I can hear them. I don't know if you can hear them. Should be okay. Let's get the film onto it. I can hear plenty. Through my headphones that are on my head. That should make it so that I don't hear other things, but I hear it. Four more for the alphanumerics to be done. Yeah. There you go. All right, 3 more. And then the function row will be next. Well, that's a good sign. Maybe someday I should show the inside of this keyboard. It's absolutely insane in there. No, I thought this would be a lot easier with my keycap opener, but key switch opener, but This is really good for a lot of keycaps, but I mean key switches, but oh my god, my brain. It's just not being very helpful today. Gotta make sure that this doesn't bend the pin when I put it in. There we go. So I have been doing key switches for 3 hours. Time flies. Holy crap, I didn't know that it had been that long. I guess it makes sense though. Each of these takes quite a while to do. Since I'm doing it slow and I don't have good tools. And machines probably would do this so much better than I did. Then again, there's also the feeling of accomplishment of doing something yourself. Which is why I make so much stuff all the time. Because without it, I feel worthless. Probably. If I don't make things, I feel like I have no purpose. You know? Does anybody feel that? When you don't make anything, you feel like you're pointless? Stuff is pointless? If you constantly just like buy what you want rather than make what you want, never try to do something yourself. Or maybe it's just, maybe that's just me. We're on the final stretch, home stretch. I wonder how many people use I wonder how many people build keyboards and then they like build the alphanumerics with like full, you know, lube and all that other stuff, and then they skip it with the function keys because they hardly ever use them. It'd be hilarious, I think, if like really serious, you know, keyboard people decided, oh yeah, I'm just gonna skip the function keys part of building. think that would be kind of funny. Oh, darn. What's wrong with your connection? Is there like some sort of like issue with your like your service provider? Are you using like a really kind of budget option, maybe? It really shouldn't be that bad, even if you're using a budget option. I don't know what's going on. Also, apparently there was a CME, solar mass ejection. No, coronal mass ejection. Yeah, that's what it is. Which is basically a solar flare, and there's supposed to be a lot of interference in the coming days. Oh, concrete. Still kind of weird though. I've never really had issues with Wi-Fi unless there's like a actual like outage with the service, even with like concrete stuff. Because like cinder blocks back in college were like, we had like cinder block walls or concrete walls also in college, and it was just, you know, it was fine. Maybe you should get like a cable, Ethernet cable. I have dropped everything yet again. Where's that spring? Are you able to get like an actual cable? Why not? I don't get what the point is with people not wanting people to run Ethernet cables. Like, I don't get your mom's reason for that. I don't understand it. Is it like an aesthetic thing that she's obsessed with? Or is it like, oh no, it's a tripping hazard? Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounds like certain people. That sounds really awful. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get your own place soon. That sounds like a place nobody should ever be in, but of course, people are. My cat decided to stretch and turn a few circles. And now he's laying back down to take another nap. I need to bring him over here. He's so cute. Yeah, that sounds pretty darn awful. There you go. I'm gonna bring my cat over. Hold on. Say hello. Say hello. He's so adorable. And he's grunting because he's unhappy that I'm holding on to him like so. I put him back down. He was getting a little bit too upset. so upset. He's cleaning himself off like I have cooties. Bird cooties. Can't believe a bird handled him this way. He's so offended. But he's cute. And even cuter when I annoy him. And there he goes, back to his little throne. His little fold-up chair that he likes sitting in. It's in this room, and he just sits there all the time. Just sleeps in it. Takes a nap for like the entire day. Wakes up, screams in our face. Says, give me food. And then I pick him up and he says, no, I hate you. I hate you, let go of me. And then I let him go and he says, no, come back, please pet my head. Do you have a network booster thing? I remember you talking about that. Having a network booster. Go. Almost done. 6 more switches to go. Maybe you could figure out how to get your booster going. Yeah. That sucks. Is there anything you could do to modify them to make them a little bit better for you? Teach yourself some seams history. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I know it kind of sucks to be around people like that when you just want to be yourself. And it's really hard when your parents don't want you to be who you are. I know how that feels. And I empathize. Not much I can probably actually do, but I guess I just want to encourage you. It's, you know, you'll find a way out. You will. I've had to see this happen a lot of times in my life. Well, sometimes for me, sometimes for other people. Parents are not usually that great at knowing what their kids want. You know, knowing how their kids, you know, what their kids need emotionally. They know what they need physically, because everybody knows how to raise a pet. Or most people know how to raise a pet. Not many people know how to raise a child. And I'm sure I wouldn't know how to raise a child. I'd honestly be a pretty bad parent. The problem is when somebody wants a sentient pet who can also speak their language, then it's like, oh no, you just want a child, but you don't want to actually treat them like a human being. Yeah, sometimes it's just not worth it. Oh my god. This film is being super uncooperative. There you go. There we are. 2 more switches left to go. almost there. Just this last switch after this one, and then we get to keycaps and buttoning this thing up. I'm going to check to see if there's any bent pins on this one. This one snapped in pretty stiffly. Yep, I bent a pin on this one. That felt a lot better. I don't follow terribly closely in the 11 p.m. Discord, but yeah, like I can imagine. I can definitely imagine that. See, the thing about therapy is therapy wants you to realize something about yourself rather than them telling you the answer. They don't want to give you the answer. They want you to figure out the answer, and it's kind of frustrating sometimes if you can't figure out the answer. Maybe the reason why somebody might be going to find help is because they want the answer. They're not getting the answer, and so they go to therapist after therapist. They don't get the answer. Yeah. But if what you want is to unpack, what you don't need is answers. You don't really feel like you need answers. You just need to unpack and get all of it off your chest, you know. Then yeah, therapist might be okay. There we go. I'm gonna check this one as well because it seemed okay. That was fine. All right. All the switches are done. Let's get on to keycaps. That's how it is with a lot of things. Alright, let me see. Page up has one O-ring and it goes there. This is a big shift. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That's absolutely true of like a lot of people, really. You think about it. There's a lot of that shouldn't have happened at this point in time. You know, you shouldn't have, that shouldn't have been, or this shouldn't have been. Yeah, it's pretty much everywhere. There's no end to it, really. 11. F6. Okay, so the F key row is from a imitation GMK Warrior set. The alphanumerics are from a Sumi set. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And some of the modifiers are from a Mizu set. And then the arrow keys and a few of the other things are from a momo set. These are the wide stabilizer positions. Put the momo spacebar down. There we go. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. This one's caps lock. Okay, that goes there. I think this one's enter. This is from a momo set. Well, that's kind of rattly. Sounds fine. Sounds fine. Sounds. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo some of these modifiers. Stabilized keys. They're pretty bad. They're pretty bad. Let me pull this out and see if I can get some lubricant into the stabilizer stem. See if that made it slightly better. Okay, that's better. Slightly better. Not quite what I'm looking for, but I will fix it in a little bit. When I open up the keyboard and you see what's inside. This one goes there. don't know, maybe you can draw something, write something, listen to something, I don't know. I'm gonna dump out a bunch of O-rings. I'm an O-ring pleb, so to speak. I know a lot of people really dislike the use of O-rings. I'm not one of those people. I like O-rings. Helps keep things quiet and also makes the typing experience soft. I've also got a custom cable that I made for this. I think it's pretty cool. But I mean, y'all be the judge of that. I might have bought too many sets of different caps. But you know what? I'm okay with it. Just a second. I've got like 9 Discord alerts. Yeah, I'm still building this keyboard, so I'm probably not going to join Apex. Also, nice keyboard specs. Is it because your buddy is a beginner in Apex and just kind of getting a feel for the game still? Yeah, that's how I felt when I played Apex with Maya. Eventually I couldn't take it, and I haven't played Apex with Maya ever since. I'm pretty bad at teaching as well. I'm a bad teacher. Apparently, I have an ancestry of teaching. Not that it matters, because I am terrible at it. Keycaps in the right order. Alt FN control, or is it Alt control and then FN? I don't know. If I join you in playing Apex, I probably would just, I probably might stream it. And then we can all fail together, live. For the world to see, even if the world isn't watching. At some point, I'm going to get to a point that I can remember the order of all the alphanumerics off the top of my head by building too many keyboards. That'll be pretty awful. Oh, I found the page down. A few more of these O-rings. Found the F4, the Phantom F4. Get it? Airplane. Sorry, it was a really bad joke. I imagine somebody would appreciate that though, if you had like an F4, but it had like a ghost symbol on it instead of an F4. I think somebody would enjoy that. Some airplane nerd, airplane otaku. Almost done. close. Just 4 more switches, 4 more keycaps. There's the E. I think I dropped an O-ring down here. See if I can find it. Nope. Guess I'll just pull a few more O-rings from my bag. Two. There we go. And the last one. There we go. Awesome. Everything's there. Let's see. Before I move on, I'm gonna go ahead and remove this. Let's see how I can remove it. Probably stick one of these under here and just kind of pry. Yeah, there we go. Let's unscrew this. And then, let's see here. Got to unclip basically everything. Let me just knock these screws out. Screws out. Unclip. There we go. Right, there's the first bit unclipped, and then I gotta unclip the side, the back side, the other side. There we go. So, I don't know if you already looked, but here's the, here it is. There's some silicone in there that is kind of, I don't know if you can see it, squishy. It's clear silicone, so it's kind of hard to see, but yeah. It helps reduce the noise quite a bit. Next thing I am aiming to do is to get this spacebar to be quiet. There's the key switch, and it seems like this foam pad here is causing it to be a bit of an issue. So I'm gonna see if I can get that foam pad out of the way. I think if I cut this foam, yes. So if I take these little snippers and clip the foam pad here. There we go. There's one foam pad out. Second foam pad out. And now I'll be able to, well, let me show you the inside first. Hold on. So it comes with this little pour-on foam thing in here. That's not the main thing that I've done. The main thing that I've done is I filled this area with silicone. So you can see the height difference here between the bare plastic and silicone. I can also peel it up. There's a bit of the silicone there. And it helps a whole lot with dampening the noise. Okay. I'm gonna plug this back in. That in. There you go. Some of these pins are a little bit hard to plug in. I think I got it. So I'm gonna be getting these stabilizers cushioned properly. There you go. Stabilizer out. Here's the stabilizer wire. These are actually pretty decent stabilizers, as far as I can tell. What I will do is I'm going to clear out the excess lubricant that I put in there because it did not end up doing what I wanted it to. So I might have to use some different tools to get all of that lubricant out. Maybe the paintbrush is the best idea. Got it. There we go. Okay. Next thing, I'm gonna use electrical wire, electrical tape as my cushioning. I don't know what the mod name is called. I just poured silicone into it. I don't call it anything. It's just a silicone pour. I did not put any tape on the PCB. I do not believe in that having benefits. But if I were to put tape on the PCB, it would not be masking tape, it would be electrical tape, because electrical tape is rubber. There's a reason why it's used for electronics. So one thing about these, since they have already been lubricated, is that if I try to tape something to it, it won't stick, right? So here's my trick. I get it positioned the way I want. Take a little bit of glue. This is super glue. This is, this particular type of super glue is called Instaflex. So it's a flexible super glue. It's not necessary at all to use a flexible super glue or any expensive glue. Nice. Yeah, I bet that'll reduce some of your anxiety, your stress. Okay, so now that it's super glued, I just gotta get the electrical tape into that cavity, into this cavity here. Wait for the super glue to dry. What was going on? I see. So I'm gonna take a little bit of glue right in that little hole there. Yeah, I have not changed to Windows 10, I mean Windows 11 for a good reason. And that reason is, fuck Windows 11. That's it. Entire reason right there. Oh, and videos know better. Okay, so I'm gonna let that dry and continue this one, see if I got this. Yep, that's right. That's how it should be. I'm gonna go ahead and snip off the excess. Hold some pressure on that so that it sets nice and tight. Oh, I see. Yeah, I've never really thought of switching operating systems. I think Windows is okay as long as I'm not upgrading to the latest as a service thing all the time. Just like that, quite a lot. Right, so this should be nice and solid. I can go ahead and thread the rest of the tape through the middle. These are what the internet weebs say, or the keyboard weebs say, holy modded. I don't know why they call it that, but yeah, okay. There's one. Two. Get this under there. Yeah, I used to solo queue in Apex ranked. It's not a good time. Pretty bad time, to be completely honest. Pretty bad time. You know what I should do? I should take silicone and fill this, just for the heck of it. I'm gonna add a little bit of extra lube into here. There we go. It'll be a little bit sticky at first, but I think it'll work itself out. Down. There you go. Did it attach? Ah, okay. I see what I did. I misaligned the attachment holes. I gotta pull this out, realign. Back in. Put the switch back in. Just gonna slap it a whole bunch of times to get it There, that's better. Alright, let's put the top cover back on, snap it down into place. Get the rotary dial knob back on there. Go. Oh yeah, that spacebar feels I gotta do the same thing to these other ones, but for now, spacebar is the one where it matters the most. Let me bring this up to the microphone. And then there's the shift bar. So much thicker, smoother sounding. I will figure out the other three stabilizers later. Okay. So I'm just gonna grab my custom cable. So I made this custom cable. It's got a G16 aviator cable and a coil and a Type-C end, which, because this has a weird area, I'm actually going to be plugging it into a 90-degree adapter. It's a little bit cheating, but you know what? It lets me make it nice and neat. All right, moment of truth. Let's unplug this other keyboard and get it out of the way. Just gonna shove everything off to the side, because why not? Okay. Moment of truth. Let's get this right up here. Plug it in. Ah, there we go. Yes, it works. Awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and twist this a few more times. There we go. Oh, that's good. That's so nice. All right. I can turn up and down the volume with this. Well, that's nice. I like it. I like it a lot. Where's my user manual on how to change the color to this? Here it is. FN keys or lighting operation instructions. FN escape, FN enter to change backlight color. Pink, yellow. That's the color. battery indicator is 12, but let's see, this is off. Full battery. How do I turn off the battery indicator? Can I turn off the battery indicator? Let's see, lighting operation, FN key, switch to Bluetooth mode, switch to 2.4, switch to wired. It looks like I cannot keep that from just being on a breathing green. Look at it. I am very proud of this keyboard. It looks nice, feels nice. Sounds nice and quiet. Awesome. All right, so I guess for now, let me see if I can turn down the brightness. That's a little bit too bright. FN down, decrease brightness. Is this? Then backspace is off and back on. FN is for mode. Wave. Nope. That's breathing. Cycling. It's another wave. Do we have it? Oh, it's reactive. It's another flash. Don't need that. Oh, so these are just regular old modes. Cycling. Is there one that's just a solid color? These are really bright. Holy crap. They're enormously bright. I wish I could turn down the brightness. Which way is... It says FN down is decreased brightness. Yeah, well, I guess I guess I won't be able to figure that out. Yeah. So, that's fine. Anyways. Let's see here. Should I do the mods on these today, or I'll just do them off stream? Honestly. This is a great day for me. I'm gonna put this switch back into my switch splitter. It's a cute little cat. Look at it. Anyways, glad you all were here and just chilled and talked about just random junk. That was fun. And we'll see you on Tuesday with Destiny. Maybe I'll do another Gorilla stream sometime between then and now, but who knows? Who knows? For now, no, it's okay, Minty. Don't worry about it. For now, thanks for joining in. Otsazu. Bye-bye.